Hey, what's up, guys? Gangster Jeweler here. So, today we are working on something a little different that we haven't had on this channel. We've got a ring, it's a white gold ring. We got the setting here. Now, the setting does not have the grooves cut in it, does not have a seat set for it. So, we're going to have to make a seat for it. Now, the other thing is, this is made for a round stone, but this customer would like to put a heart-shaped stone in a round setting. And you can see the color of that. And you see. And so what we're going to do, we're going to make it work, but before we can do that though, we got to cut a seat for this stone. For the stone to even have something to sit in, really. So, here's what we're going to do. First, we need to find a burr or something, one that's going to fit in there where we want the seat to be. And that's going to be, I think that's going to be too deep. Too deep. Definitely too deep. And way too deep. Let's try this one, maybe. Too deep. We might find one here. Now that one's a little too deep. Okay. Let's try this one. That one might be right where we want it to be. Yeah, that very well might sit where we want it to sit. Yeah, I think that's going to be it. Let me look a little more though. I kind of don't like the way that one's sitting. We're going to put that one over here though, just to keep it in place so we know where it's at. Let's see. What good old burrs do we got here? Problem is, okay, so we got to probably, let me go back to that other one I had. Yeah, it's probably going to be the one we need to go with. Now here's the thing, you're going to have to use a special different hand tool for this. So you got to, let me see where that sits at. Yep, that sits right where I want it to sit. Now this hand tool, you can put your burr in, you can adjust it and such, but we're gonna have to go switch our hand tool out real quick. Let's take our stone with us. Got our stone here. Now we want to make sure that the seat is going to cut where we want it to cut at. Okay, so what we're going to do, since I borrowed the flex shaft from that desk, we're going to have to pop this shaft off. We are going to have to put this one on. Alright, now before we do anything, let's make sure that our thing is nice and tight here, because we damn sure don't want it moving on us. And what we got to do is we got to be very careful, but basically what we're doing is we're cutting a seat on the inside for the stone. Okay? Okay. Freaking foot pedal's freezing up on me. And that's going to be about where we want it to be. Hold on, let me go get... I gotta get some wax. Got to get some wax. You're probably going to want to put some wax on the end of your burr, just so it doesn't grab like that. If I can find what I did with my wax thing anyways here. It's actually been a while since I've had to cut a seat on a head setting. There's my wax. You don't get too many of these, believe it or not, but occasionally you do, and you're going to need to know how to do it. But get you a little bit of wax to put on your burr there. Get it in, just go ahead and get it in there real good. And then now we should be able to cut. Okay. Let's see where that's cutting at. Yeah, that's making a nice little seat for it. Okay, now what we need to do, because these prongs, you can see we got our seat cut now on the inside there. Now what we need to do is we need to go ahead and open these prongs up just a tad so that stone can sit in there. And this isn't quite made for a heart shape, but we can make it work. We can definitely make it work. So instead of them having to spend a bunch of money to have to go buy another head, you can see we got the seat cut now for the stone. And basically we're just trying to get it to fit correctly now. That's all we're trying to do. If we can. It's a beautiful ring. It's a nice looking ring. Probably one of the nicer ones I've seen in a while. Okay, we gotta open this up a little bit more. Open that up a little bit. Let's see what that does. And basically what you want is you want your stone to sit in them grooves that you just cut. Ideally, anyways, that's what we want. Alright, we need to pull these prongs over and back a little bit still. This stone is a little bit big for the setting, but you know, beggars can't be choosers sometimes. We can make it work. This is a pretty nice size stone. I'd say that's probably, I don't know, maybe a carat, if I had to guess. If I was a betting man. If I had to guess. Sorry guys, I am trying to keep you in focus here. Alright, we need to go out a little more this way with this prong here. Still not quite there. We're there, but not quite just yet. we have got to go out a little bit more with this one prong on this side here. Just a tiny bit. Okay. That side, for whatever freaking reason, does not want to just this one particular side here. Let's pull that one back a hair. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, she's sitting in the seat pretty well now. But now what I got to do is this one prong on the top left is kind of a little too far, so I need to pull it in a little bit with some pliers. Pull it in a little bit. And we need to pull the okay, she's sitting in the seat now. Okay, we need to pull this side in a little bit. Sorry guys, I am trying to keep you in focus here. Okay. Now this prong here we need to take over to the side a little bit that way. And we need to bring this prong in a little more. And it is a little tricky, but you will get it. Just takes a little patience and time. Okay. Now, so now I need to bring this side in a little bit. Okay, and then we need to bring this side in a little bit. And we need to bring this prong over this way a tad. Okay, now we've got it fairly straight. So what we got to do is squeeze a little bit there. I need to move this prong over some more though. More that way. Doesn't really seem to want to do that though. I need to move it over this direction. All right, let's move that prong over a little bit more. Okay, we need to move that prong over some more if it will. I wish it would. I need you to go that way. There we go. That looks better for sure now. Okay, now what we need to do is move this one over a tiny bit. Well, we just loosened our stone, unfortunately, but that's okay. We need to move this side over a little bit, like that. Come over to the side a little bit more. And basically this is just going to be, you know, you're going to have to just kind of keep playing with the prongs till you get them, till you get the stones set in the seat nice and tight. And we're being careful not to put too much pressure on the stone. Want to take your time. Don't want to be in any kind of a rush. Okay. Now we got it sitting in the seat. We need to, got it straight now. Just need to try to get the prongs tight around it. Because right now the stone is a little bit loose and not quite sitting just right. Sorry guys, I am trying to keep you in focus here. Okay, now need to pull these sides in a little more. Squeeze her nice and tight on that side. Squeeze it in nice and tight on this side. Oh, I gotta rest my hand for a second there. Alright, what we need to go ahead and do, I guess, is we need to go ahead and oh, hand's cramping up on me. Hold on, let me go over here to the other desk for a second. And let's play over here for a minute. Bring that back out like that. Sorry guys, I am trying my best to keep you in focus here. Let's pull this side inward a little bit. Alright, we got to put these prongs back out a little bit. Alright, let me go back over to the other desk. I think you guys are getting a better shot over there. You guys are getting a better look over here. Yes, that's gonna have to sit like that. Alright, she snapped in where she needs to be. However, it looks fairly straight. But there's just one thing I got to do. Couple things we got to do. We need to move this prong over here a little bit. Okay, and we got to move it over a little bit more. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to really we got it fairly straight in there now, sitting in there real good, but we need to get these prongs bent over a little bit. So let's go ahead and do that real fast. Let's come over here and let's take a look here. Let me look at this stone. There you go. Now she's sitting where she's supposed to sit. But now what we need to do is we need to try and get these prongs down over the stone a little better now. And it looks like my phone is going to die on me, guys, or camera, I mean. So, with that being said, I got it set in there. All I need to do is I'm going to find one of these to tap the tops of them. Tap the top of the prongs down onto the stone to hold it in, and then we'll come back and look at the finished product. Okay, I'm sorry guys, I'll be right back. Alright guys, I'm sorry I wasn't able to film me tightening down those prongs, but at least I was able. The freaking light went out on camera because the battery's about to die. But I wanted to show you all how to cut a seat, because we haven't had to cut a seat before. But we got the stones set in the seat now. You can see we got it sitting there nice, and what I did is I bent these prongs over the stone a little bit to help hold it in, and she's nice and tight in there now, not going anywhere. Sorry I wasn't able to film that part, but basically I mainly wanted to film this to be able to show you how to cut a seat. If you have a head that doesn't have the seat cut already, you're going to need one of these bad boys, and you're going to need some burrs to be able to cut the seat for the stone. And these are a little more pricier, but if you're going to set stones, you're going to need one. So, but at any rate, we've got that set in there. It's looking good, and we're going to go ahead and end the video there, because we really don't need to polish it or anything, really, because it's already pretty good actually, believe it or not. But we're going to go ahead and end it there. We got that stone set. Alright guys, so yesterday I was kind of in a rush because the camera battery died and the camera was about to die. So this is a new day. We're back with this ring where we're putting the heart shaped stone in, and we've got our seat cut. We have the stone in there, The prongs are on there, but I want to really re-tip these prongs just to add a little more stability. Mainly because the head's not necessarily made for a heart shape, but it'll work just fine. But we need to build these prongs up a little bit on the ends here. So that is what we are going to do. But first I want to make sure that I have that the prongs are nice and straight. They are nice and straight. And the stone is nice and straight. But I really just want to tip these prongs. I would just feel much better about it. To get it a little secure in there, much more secure than what it is now. We got stone nice and straight, so I'm not too worried about that part of it anyways. So let's go ahead and get to some re-tipping. There, hold on just a second. Before we do that though, there's just something I need to check real fast. Just real quick here. Because we're going to have to polish the whole ring anyways, since we're going to have to re-tip it now. So, okay, yeah. Only thing is I might need to move. No, we're not going to move that. Okay. Now it's in the setting, it's not tight right now. I've tried, you guys seen yesterday, I tried tightening it down, but it doesn't quite want to tighten down because of the way the setting is made and the shape of the stone. But we're going to re-tip these prongs, and doing that, it's going to make it super secure, and I'll feel much better about it too, doing it that way. So let's go ahead and do that. But I showed you yesterday, we didn't have a seat cut for the stone, so I showed you how to cut the seat for it. We've got it in the setting, we got it straight. Let's go ahead and I want to get it right where it needs to be. Okay, we're straight, so let's go ahead and build us some prongs on this bad boy. And what we're going to go ahead and do, we're just going to go, we ain't got to worry about the stone falling out. So we're just going to go ahead and dip the whole ring in here in the boric acid denatured alcohol. And we're going to be using a 4 tip. And for whatever reason, our torch does not want to light up. We got some shitty weather. You probably hear that knocking. That's the sound of rain on the roof here. I got my setup here on the back porch. It's a covered porch, but luckily, you know, it's nice on nice days. But when you got shitty days like this, but it's still covered, so it's not a big deal. But on nice days, it's nice to be out here in the back doing your work. But that tapping you're hearing is the rain. It's a pretty ugly day. And I don't know if Caitlin is going to watch this video. Maybe she will. That's who this ring belongs to. I think she's down in Fort Myers is where the ring came from, if I remember correctly. But she might be getting some rain too. They might be having some shitty weather down there as well. But I don't know if you watch my videos, Caitlin, but if you do, shout out to you. I appreciate you letting me work on your ring here. All right, now we are working with 14 karat white gold, so we need to make sure that we are using 14 karat white gold for our prongs that we're going to build up. And we're going to need quite a few clip-ins because we're going to be putting 4 prongs on. So we want to make sure that they're going to be nice and sturdy and beefy. But shout out to Caitlin in Fort Myers. If you watch my videos, shout out to you. Now I'm hoping you guys will be able to see this. There's a little less lighting. I got the light on the camera, but with it being so gray and ugly, I don't have quite as much light as we usually do. I want to check the stone real quick. Yep, we are straight. And we are going to go ahead and grab our first piece of solder here. And let's go ahead and build our prongs here. Oh, hang on just a second, guys. Sorry, my torch is taking a shikaka, if that's what you want to call it. Okay, let me keep you guys in focus here. Let's get us a prong or prongs built here. Nope, not quite. Not quite where we wanted it anyways. Grab us another piece of solder. Oh. Well, we dropped that piece. Let's grab us another piece here. Now you're going to see that burn mark a little bit. That's not hurting anything. Come on now. Thing's being a little stubborn on us. Sorry, I'm trying to keep you guys in focus here. Best to my abilities. Alright, so we have somewhat of a prong on there. Not quite where we want or what we want, but we're almost there. Sorry guys, keep you in focus. I'm going to try to move this over a little bit because it's trying to flow a different direction on us here. That prong is definitely trying to go a different direction on us. Let's turn the ring a little bit here. Sorry guys. And don't worry, the stone can take heat. It's not a big issue. It looks ugly right now, but it is not hurting the stone in any way, shape, or form. Alright, we need to cut us a little bit more solder here. We're probably going to need a couple pieces. So we're going to go ahead and cut us a couple pieces here. Okay. Now I'm really building these prongs up because I want it to be very, very secure in there. Sorry guys, trying to keep you in focus. There we go, that's much better. Much better. Alright, we got one prong on, guys. We just have 20 more to go. No, we got 3 more to go. Now don't worry about that stone. It's not hurting it in any way, shape, or form. That will clean up. 100% it will. We need to go ahead and flip this around. If I can find some tweezers here, because I damn sure am not going to grab it with my bare hands. We'll use some pliers temporarily. Well, drop check. Ouch, hot. Not a big deal. Zoom you guys out for a second. Now you can see we got the one prong built up on there. Stone is fine. Don't worry. Stone is fine. But we do need to push that gold down a little more on that side where the prong is. Now that I had looked at it from the other direction. Alright, I think that looks better for sure. Almost. Almost looks better. It's hard to tell until you get ready to turn the ring and see exactly where the prong is actually sitting, you know. Let's flip this over a little bit. Alright, that is going to be one prong down. Now what we're going to do is we're going to, let me zoom you guys out here so you can see. But now what we're going to do is we're not going to go right next to it. So you can see we got the one prong on that side. But now what we're going to do is we're going to flop to the other side and we're going to build a prong over here. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that real fast. We're just flopping to the opposite direction, opposite side. And that's just a little bit of fire scale that's on that stone, not a biggie, not a big issue, that comes right off. It is a diamond, so we're not too worried about it. Well, diamond, moissanite, doesn't matter. They can both take heat, so not a big issue. Cut us a few more pieces here. And we'll zoom you guys in here. Prong 2, guys, prong 2. Prong number 2. Damn, I wish that one would, or the other ones would have went as easy as that one did. Or the other one would have. That one went super easy. Super duper easy. Alright, let's go ahead and, now that we've crisscrossed, now we're going to do this side. Now that we did that side, we did this side, now we're going to crisscross to this side and then that side. So let's go ahead and do this side. Okay, that didn't quite go where we wanted it to. So let's cut us a few more pieces here. Now again, I don't use flux for welding jump rings and doing prongs. Mainly because the flux is hard to get off the stones, as well as if you're doing little stones, it'll cause the stones to bubble up out of the setting when you got it sitting in there. So I don't really use flux for those items. But that is just a personal preference. All right. Kind of like that prong that is on there. Looks good. That one prong we're gonna have to file down quite a bit because we kind of got a little bit of a blob going over there. But that's all right. Not a big issue. And you know what? We actually need to try and straighten out this one side just a tiny little bit. This prong looks a little crooked. Just a little bit crooked. No, don't turn on me, ring. Let's see, how does that look? Yeah, I think that looks better. Okay. All right, we got 3 prongs on. Let's work on our last one. Oh yeah, that looks good. Got one more prong to do here. So let's go ahead and hopefully this one will go as smooth as some of the other ones that we just did. Hopefully. But you know, sometimes it isn't always the case. Yep, kind of what I figured. I think I guess another piece here. And like I said, that's just a little bit of fire scale on the stone. It's not hurting in any way, shape, or form. Now, if that was a CZ, yeah, it would have been shattered by now. Okay. Need to readjust this a little bit here. Need to straighten that out a little bit here. And we're gonna have to put a little bit more let me just see if I can't move this up a little bit. Now, okay, let's grab us another piece here. Go ahead and grab us another piece. Now it looks like these two back prongs we're gonna have to file down a lot more than the other ones, but it is what it is. All right, I think we have got ourselves some prongs built here. I think we need to build this other one up a little bit more on this side. This one right there. I think we need to build the one up on this side a little more. So it looks a little wimpy compared to some of these other ones here, so let's build that one up a tad bit more. Just a tiny bit more. What does that look like? Actually don't look half bad, but we need to get it to go down a little bit. Alright, that looks pretty good. Now I know this one side we're gonna have to do quite a bit of filing down on it, but let me zoom you guys back out for a second. We're gonna let that cool off for a minute. And I know it's diamonds, but we're gonna be extra careful. We're just gonna let it cool on its own. We don't want to. I might even put it on a metal mandrel here, help it cool down a little faster. So yeah, I'm gonna have to file that one down for sure. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to file them all down, but you can see we got one on the back left there that is pretty big. So let's let that cool off for a second. There we go. That helped cool it off pretty quick, putting it on the cold mandrel there. So now what we need to do is go ahead and get these filed down a little bit. Well, before we get it filed down though, we're going to have to push this one down a tad because it's kind of still sticking up, so that ain't gonna work for us, is it? So we'll start our torch back up here. And let me zoom you guys back in. It's the one on this corner right here. The one on this side. It needs to go down a little bit. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, now she's down on there. That looks much better. Alright, let's let this cool off again. Let's go ahead and turn our torch off. Let's go ahead and put this back on the metal mandrel for a second. Let that cool off. I know the stone looks ugly right now, but it's not a big issue. Not a biggie. It is in no way, shape, or form been harmed. Now, if that was a CZ, it probably wouldn't even still be there. It'd probably be all busted up into 10 million different pieces by now with as much heat as we've put to it. Alright, that's cooled off pretty quick. Okay, so now you can see we got kind of a blob over here. We're going to have to do a lot of work on this side. These other sides, not too bad. We'll have to straighten them out a little bit, but we're going to have to do quite a bit of work on this other side here. But I want to make sure the prongs are all pushed down, which it looks like they are. So at any rate, what we want to go ahead and do is let's go ahead and start with this one side that we're going to have to file down quite a bit right here. Get it kind of shaped, somewhat in shape here. And basically what we're doing is we're just blending the prongs in a little better so they look a little more natural with the ring, like it was made that way, you know. That essentially is all we are doing. Okay. Alright, I am pretty happy with that one for the most part here. Just a little bit more tweak in here. And let's check out this other side to see how that's gonna look. Alright, let's come back to this other one and try to shape it a little more. Try to shape it a little bit more. Okay. Let's go ahead and shape the back side now. A little bit. And this will be a little bit time consuming. We're just trying to shape the prongs so that they look natural, like they belong with the, like they were made that way, if you know what I mean. Okay, we're starting to look pretty good here. I know it don't look like it right now. Alright, I think that's 2 prongs we got down there. And those look, I feel much better about those prongs being there too. Feel a lot better about it. Alright, let's come over to this one here. Give it a good look over. Or give it a good makeover. I don't know about look over, but good makeover. Okay, let's go ahead and put the sides here. All right. Then we just got to straighten this one out a little bit. Okay. And then if you wanted to, you could use a metal file. Like if you need to file the prongs back a little bit, you know, back away from the stone a little bit. We're probably going to do a little bit of more work on this one over here once we finish this one up. Now that we kind of getting the other ones into shape, we can kind of see what things are going to look like. Alright guys, let's straighten this one out a little bit more. Alright guys, I think I like about how that looks. We got to do a little more tweaking on this one, but other than that, I think we are where we want to be. It is about where we want to be. You hear, I don't know if y'all can hear the cop sirens in the background, but they're looking for somebody or going after somebody, I guess. Alright guys, I don't think we want to do too much more tweaking on that. That it looks pretty darn good. I know the stone looks ugly right now. I'm fixing to put it in ultrasound. This one side is a little bit bigger, but I think I want to leave it that way. Let me do a little more filing here. Yep, I think we're going to leave it like that. I want to check, make sure we don't have any crazy snags. Doesn't feel like we do. But when we hit it on the buffer, on each prong, we'll hit it going this way, and that helps smooth out the rough edges. So we'll hit it going that way on that one, and then like that way on that one. But let me go drop this in ultrasound so we can clean this stone up. Alright. I'm sure if Caitlin's watching this, she's having a heart attack right now. But don't worry, we'll be right back. Alright guys, we're back with that ring. You can see we got that stone nice and clean now. That's just a little bit of fire scale it was on. It was nothing crazy. You can see stone is perfectly fine. Nothing, no issues. We got our prongs on there. We're going to polish it on the buffer, but before we do that, we're going to take a wheel and polish around the head here and get that taken care of first, so we can get into the tight little spaces that we can't really get at on the buffer. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and do that first. So let's go ahead and switch our wheel here. And like I said, we're just going to be getting inside the crevices there. Just trying to get into the spots that we can't really get at with a regular buffer. It's a nice looking ring, man. It's a nice ring. Alright guys, we are almost ready to head to the buffer. Not quite, but almost. Alright, we got a little bit of black going on there, but that'll come off in the ultrasound there. Let's go ahead and let's go over to the, let's head over to the big boy buffer here. The big boy buffer. Alright, and basically what we're going to do is we're just going to polish these prongs in the head here that we worked on. And we're going to go on the opposite sides against the prongs to get any snags out of there, if there's any snagging going on. Okay. Alright, now we're going to get the sides of the head here. Alright. Man, it looks nice. We got them prongs looking good too. Yes, we did. Yes, I am happy with the way that turned out. That looks dang good. Alright guys, we got them prongs looking good. Heck yeah. Alright, let's just do a quick polish on the rest of the ring real fast. Okay. Looks good, guys. Look at that. Look how nice and shiny that is. It'll look better once we get all this rouge off of it. Once we get all this rouge off of it, it'll look even better. Alright, let's go over here real quick. Let's do a quick touch on the inside here. Not that we really need to, but ooh-wee. Look at that. Dang. Alright. Let's go drop this in ultrasound, guys. And then we'll come back and look at the finished product. See what we got. We'll be right back. Alright guys. We're back with that ring. We got stone. We got the prongs nice, clean, and polished. Looking nice. Dang, look at that ring. Look at them prongs we built on there. Looks good, man. That thing's secure now. Feel a lot better about that. I didn't really like the way it was in there yesterday when I finished that video when the camera was about to die. But I'm glad we put them prongs on there. But or tipped them prongs. Alright guys, well it is day 3 and we are still going to be working on this ring, unfortunately. So we have had a little bit of a communication gap, not a big deal. We built these prongs up here. The customer, the lady from Etsy, she kind of wants a prong. I did not realize it was my oversight that she wanted a prong built up on this back side to help protect this corner here, and she wants it in a V shape. The problem is though is the way these prongs are, if we make it into a V shape, it's going to get rather close to these here, and that's just going to look weird, and I don't know. So what I was thinking, I don't know, maybe I can, but what we're going to do is we're going to use this piece here, and we are going to weld it here. That'll give us a long enough piece there, like that, and then try to make a little bit of a V shape out of it if we can. But that's what we're going to try to do, and I think that will work. But first what we need to do is we need to go ahead and start our torch here. Oh, I just heard on the news that I could kind of hear the TV. I heard that Jimmy Carter passed away. That sucks. Always sucks when you lose somebody. But Jimmy Carter passed away. Alright, let's go ahead and dip our ring in some boric acid denatured alcohol here. And let's go ahead and do the same thing with our little piece that we got here. And let's go ahead and light them up. Light that piece up, light this ring up. Go ahead and burn all that crap off. And then what we're going to do is we need to go ahead and flip the ring around like this. Let's go ahead and put our tweezers right there. Well, before we do that, let's go ahead and put some flux on here. Alright, we got some flux on there now. So now what we can do is, I want to set that just like that. And we need to get ourselves some white gold solder. And you can see we got our piece. I got that piece of gold, white gold, just laying on there right now. Cut us a piece of white gold here. Might have to cut us a couple pieces of white gold, maybe. Some 14 karat white gold at that. And then let's go ahead and zoom on in here. Alright, now you can see that piece we got sitting right there right now. And essentially what we're going to do is try to get it welded on there, which we should be able to do. Trying to get my freaking solder piece to stay on there, or to even get on there. That's alright. We're having to readjust this just a little bit here. Just a tiny little bit. Like so. And we're going to grab another piece of solder here. I hate when there's a communication gap error there, because it makes me feel like a retard. But it's not a big issue, not a big deal. Not a big issue. I need a little bit of a bigger flame here. Alright, we need to cut some more white gold here. Cut some more white gold. And we need to probably flip that over like that. Flip that over like that. And to make sure that's pretty straight. Come on, get straight, get straight. Like I said, this is going to be a little tricky, but we'll get it done. We will get it done. Let's crank this torch down just a tad. Alright. Try to keep you guys in focus here. Alright guys, we need a little bit more fire here. More fire. Damn, that solder just does not want to flow, does it? Come on, baby, what's wrong with you? Why do you not want to flow? What's going on? Come on, you can flow. You can do it. Might have to switch to a 5-tip. I was trying not to have to, but we might have to. Damn, that thing just does not want to flow, does it? There it goes. I think we're flowed now. There she goes. Finally. I want to put one more piece of solder there, though, just to be on the safe side. Just to be on the safe side. Sorry guys, trying to keep you in focus here. Alright guys, that sucker is on there. She is on there. It is on there now. We're going to let that cool off for a second. We'll take a look at it. Let that cool off for a little bit. Let's go ahead and put it on a mandrel here. That'll help cool it off a little faster. Yeah, I hate when there's a communication gap like that, but hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. All right, now that sucker is welded on there nice now. It's a little bit beefy on the end there from where our solder kind of ran, but that's not a major issue. Not a major problem there. So now what we're going to try to do, see, here's the problem we have, because where these prongs sit right here, there's not really a whole lot of room to make a V there. So what we're going to have to do, phew boy. I guess we're going to have to try to move these prongs over a little bit on this side here. All right, let's do a little bit of an assessment here. Do a little bit of an assessment here. Sorry guys, I'm just kind of doing a little bit of an assessment going on here. Basically just doing battle assessments, I guess is what you would call it. Hmm. Alright guys, we're getting there. We're just being a little cautious, taking our time. A little bit cautious, taking our time. Sorry guys, trying to keep you in focus here. I'm just trying to straighten some prongs out and make this look a little bit more uniform than what it is right now. There we go. I think that looks a lot better. It looks a lot better. Maybe turn it just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Alright guys, we have got that where we want it. We're not going to get much straighter than that. Now let's work on building us a prong here for this thing, for the back end, if we can. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to grab it like this and then turn it like that. Now we're not going to put any more boric acid denatured alcohol in there because we didn't clean it off, so we're not going to really worry about that too much. Not going to worry about that too much. Now we do not need a lot of heat here. At least we shouldn't anyways. Alright, so now let's go ahead and see about building this prong up here if we can. And I need to adjust you guys a little bit here. There we go. Let's see. Need to turn the ring or bring it up a little bit like that. There we go, that might be better. Bring it down a little bit. And basically what we're going to do is try to build us, we're going to try to build us a V-shaped prong. I don't know that we're going to be able to though, because there's just not, it's not a lot of room there. But we might be able to at least get a prong there. If you know what I mean. And I'm not gonna lie, this ring has been a bit of a bitch for us, but nothing crazy. Nothing super crazy anyways. Okay, we need to cut us a little bit more solder here. Well, we've used quite a bit of white gold solder on this piece. We kind of underestimated the price on this one. I should have charged a little more, but that's alright. Sometimes that happens and you just have to eat it, man. You give a price, you stick to it. That's the way it goes. Wouldn't that be nice though if you could do like gas stations do? Just change your price when you feel like it. Like, oh, I charge this the size of the ring, but today I feel like charging this. How about that? This thing's being a little bit of a bitch. Just a little bit. Alright. Piece of shit. There we go. We got all that fucking blob off of there. Okay. Need to cut us a few more pieces here. We lost that piece. That piece fell on us. Dropped our piece. Dropped our piece. Alright, so now what we need to do is build ourselves a little bit more off to the sides a little bit, if we can. Nope, drop that piece. Okay. Yeah, there's just not really going to be a lot of room to V it out because them other prongs are so close. Yeah, there's just not going to be a whole hell of a lot of room there to V that out. I don't know, let's try to put a little on each side of it if we can. I know the ring looks like shit right now, but it will not look like that once we get it all cleaned up and polished. Once she's all cleaned up and polished, she'll be looking good. Oh, sorry guys, trying to keep you in focus. Yeah. And I wish I could V that out, but that just is not going to V out the way that it should. All right, let's get us another piece here real quick. Sorry guys, trying to keep you in focus here. Oh, dropped our solder. We dropped our solder. We did. And we dropped our solder again. And that solder is now gone. So we need to cut some more pieces here. We're going to try to make it as kind of V-ish shaped as we can, but we don't have a whole lot of room. Now if the head was bigger, yeah, probably we could do it. Dang, we lost that piece. Alright, where's the other piece that I just cut? Come on, I know I just cut two pieces. Well, we're going to cut some more pieces. And we're going to do quite a bit of filing down on that thing too, to get it where we need it to be. We are. Yeah, we wound up using a little more white gold than we should have, but it is what it is. Alright, let's get a little bit of solder over on this other side now. Alright, let's get us another piece here. We're going to have an awful lot of filing we're going to have to do on this, but that's perfectly fine. Ah, dang it, we dropped our solder again. Yeah, this ring's hot. Accidentally touched the ring with my finger. It's scalding hot. Sorry guys, trying to keep you in focus here. That looks pretty. I actually kind of like the way that's coming together there. Alright, let's get a little bit of solder. Just a tiny piece here. Noise. Alright, let's take a... I need to let this cool off so I can take a look at it real quick. We may have been able to build us kind of a V shape. Maybe. Almost. We're gonna have to push that down a little bit. One side is sticking up just a tad bit too much. And a lot of times you can't see that until you can look at it from the other side. This side right here we need to push down just a little bit. You know what, guys? Hell yeah. Alright, only thing I need to do now is I need to build these other prongs up just a tiny little bit. We have got us a V shaped on there, boy. We had enough room to do it. We did. Only thing I need to do now is I need to kind of tip off these other two prongs here a little bit, because from the heat they kind of pulled back just a tad. Heck yeah, boy. We're good, y'all. I know that sounds conceited, but we are good. We have got us a V-shaped. Hell yeah. Hold on, I need to adjust this one a little bit. Just a tiny little bit. Uh-oh. Now we got to separate it because it's trying to meet up with the V. We can't be having that. Try to get that moved over a little bit. Alright, and then let's retip this side a little bit here. Nope, gotta get you guys in focus. Oh, you bitch. That's alright. We'll cut us another little piece here. Cut us another little piece. Alright, y'all. Let's see what that looks like. Damn, y'all, we are good. Take a look at that. We got us a V shape on there. I know it looks a little ugly right now, but that will be taken care of shortly here. Alright, let's let this ring cool off on the mandrel for a second. Let me zoom you guys back out. Oh boy. This has been a bitch, let me tell you. But that is okay. Not a big issue. She cannot bitch about the V shape on there now. And Caitlin, if you're watching this, I don't mean that in a bad way. I do not mean that in a bad way. We just had a little bit of a miscommunication there, that's all. We get it straight. And we're all human, we're not perfect. Shit's gonna happen, man. The way I say is, shit's gonna happen. The way you deal with it is what makes you who you are. Nice. I like that. We even got it to go up under a little bit to kind of help support the back end. Fuck yeah. We are good, y'all. Only other thing I need to do though is I think I need to fill this side in here a little bit, because over there it's not so bad, but right there, yeah, let's see if no, we better not, because it might screw up the V that we got going on there, and it's probably going to be better if we just leave that the way it is, maybe. No, let's put a little bit over there. I'd feel a little better about it if we did. I would feel a little bit better about it. So let's go ahead and cut us a piece of white gold. Let me zoom you guys in here. Try to keep you in focus if I can. Let's look at the top here. Yeah, we kind of screwed our V up a little bit here. Sorry guys, trying to keep you in focus. Alright, we got a V going over there. And we kind of got a V going over there. Okay. And this thing is being a bitch. Not cooperating fully for us here. Hmm. Alright, guys. I think that is going to be about the closest we're going to be able to make that. However, I do need to However, we do need to retip these other two prongs again, because from the heat they did get a little screwed up. Not screwed up, but the tips kind of pulled back on them a little bit. Got pulled back just a tiny little bit. They did. Sorry guys, trying to keep you in focus. Okie dokie. Now, let's tip this other side real quick. Grab us some solder. Okay. I think, let's zoom you guys out here. Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty good. Now, of course, we're going to have to shape that out a little bit, but not a big issue. We can do that. So, let's go ahead and put this on the mandrel so it can cool off a little bit. And we're going to have to do quite a bit of filing on it, which is to be expected. We got quite a blob going on back there on that back prong there. But there's not really a whole hell of a lot we could do about that, but we can straighten it out for sure. But she should be happy with that. That back is definitely protected now. The back of that heart on the corner there is definitely protected, very protected. And again, like you guys seen from yesterday, it's a little ugly right now, but it will not stay that way. It definitely will not stay that way. And we're just using a silicone wheel, kind of file it down. starting to come into shape a little bit here. Heck yeah. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop this into ultrasound real quick, and then we'll come back and finish smoothing her out a little bit. I'll be right back. Alright guys, we're back. I dropped it into ultrasound. We got it a little more, looking a little more sensible. It's not completely clean yet, but we got it looking a little bit better, so we kind of see a little more of what we're doing here. But we need to do a lot more filing and straightening out here. That we do need to do. Oh yeah, the back end of that is super protected though. For sure. And we're just going to be doing a lot of filing for a while here. Yeah, it's looking pretty good, guys. And in this particular instance, since we had to put heat kind of to the rest of the ring, we're gonna have to polish. We're gonna have to clean up the whole ring now. But that's fine. You know, that's nothing major. Nothing real major. Yep, I like the way that turned out. Alright, let's go ahead and straighten these other two prongs out that we kind of had to re-tip a little bit. Now we got it V'd out a little bit, kind of like how she wanted. We can't V it out real far though, just because of the close proximity of these two prongs here. So, but we got it V'd out pretty good. We do. Just a little bit more filing to do on this one. Okay, this side's looking pretty good. Now let's go ahead and straighten this one out a little bit. Sorry guys, this part here is probably going to take just a little bit. Just a smudge, tiny little bit. Alright guys, think we are almost about where we want to be. Alright, y'all. And that stone is rock solid in there now. Yep, she is in there solid. 100%. Alright. We need to clean the rest of the ring up a little bit here, so let's go ahead and do that. Get a lot of this fire scale off of it that we got here. A lot of people would say, well, you could just put it in a pickle pot. I use something called InstaClean instead of a pickle pot, just because a pickle pot's a little toxic. I use InstaClean. It's a lot more safe for me. Don't want to be breathing. I try to keep the amount of chemicals I'm breathing in to a minimum if I can. Alright guys, let's go ahead and hit the inside of this ring real quick, and then we should be good to go. We'll drop it in the ultrason, and then we'll probably come back here to the desk to polish the parts of the head that we can't really get to with the wheel, with the big wheel on the buffer. Alright guys, let's clean this up just a little bit more. I'm gonna drop it in ultrasound for a few, and then we'll come back to the desk and polish around the head, and then we'll polish the rest of the ring. We'll be right back. Alright guys, we got the stone nice and clean and the ring nice and clean now. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and polish the parts in here in the head that we can't really get with the regular buffer. So let's go ahead and switch wheels here. Oh yeah, that looks good. Look at how that's shining up already. Looking good. I don't know if y'all heard that. But that might have been out at the military base. That didn't sound too good. That did not sound very good at all. Alright, so now we need to try and see if we can't get the corners and the inside of these prongs here. Alright. Okay. All right, guys, we're starting to look like a ring again. We are. Now this is probably going to be a long video, but at least you get to see the whole process. Alright, guys. Alright, guys. Let me drop this in ultrasound real quick. And then we're going to take it over to Big Buffer and go ahead and polish the rest of the ring. We'll be right back. Alright, guys. Drop this in ultrasound. We got parts of the head there cleaned that were kind of hard to get to. Let's go ahead and go to the Big Buffer now and get the big bulk of the prongs and the head and the rest of the ring. And we need power before we can turn our buffer on. Oh yeah, I love the way that's looking already. guys. I think we got our prongs how we want them to be. Alright guys, you can see the head is nice and shiny now. Now let's go ahead and hit the rest of the ring here. Heck yeah. I like the way that's looking. Yeah, that looks good. Hell yeah. Damn, we're good, guys. I don't know, that sounds conceited. I'd like to think after 30 years that I'm somewhat good. Anyways. But there's always somebody better, you know. I'm not going to say I'm the best out there. I would never say that. That's a little too conceited for me. Let's see if we can get this inside looking good. All right, y'all. All right, guys, we got that nice, clean and polished. It's got a lot of Rouge black crap on it right now. Well, let's go drop it in the ultrasound, and we'll come back and look at the finished product, guys. We'll be right back. All right, guys, we are back with that ring. We should be finished and done with this thing now. We got it nice, clean and polished, looking good. Getting my fingerprints all over it already. You can see we got that prong built for the back end there, and that sucker is in there secure. That thing ain't going nowhere. But this one was a little bit longer than I thought we were gonna have to make it, but that is quite alright. But this is the Gangster Jeweler, guys. If you would like and subscribe, that would be fantastic. If you'd like to leave a tip or donation, a link for that will be down in the description, although it's not required. It just helps the channel grow and help show some love. And also, if you would like to buy jewelry online, you can check out Stellar Jewelry. I'll have the link for that down in the description. And also, if you would like to, let me got some crap in this inside there. And also, if you would like to leave a yeah, I did leave tip donation. Sorry, guys, my mind's kind of 50 million different directions. But this is Gangster Jeweler, guys. I appreciate y'all watching. If you'd like for me to do repairs as well, you can check the Etsy shop, or check my Etsy shop. I'll have the link for that down in the description as well. But this is the Gangster Jeweler, guys. Also check out my Twitch stream and my other YouTube channels, just reaction channels, and where my live streams go. It's nothing big right now. But this is the Gangster Jeweler, guys. And I will see you on the next one. Take care.